Testing, testing, 1, 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. We have Virginia Beach Mustangs football coming up here, starting at 11 o'clock. As you see right now, we got the team still warming up on the field. Before the game starts, we would like to thank CHICHO'S Pizza for being the official sponsor of today's game. We'll let everybody listen to the players warming up here as they finish up their warm-ups. And then we will be back with you once the game begins.
Maddie, where you going? Come here. Mark! Mark! Where you going?
Where you going? Come on, where are you going?
Let's go in the hot. Let's go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jacob Zitto. We are about to begin the game here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex for Virginia Beach Mustangs football. Looks like we were waiting on the refs to arrive, which is why we are getting off to a little bit of a late start here. Just a second, it looks like we will be having the captain's meet at midfield for the coin toss. So that though, we'd like to thank our official sponsor of today's game, CHICHO'S Pizza. CHICHO'S Pizza, a pizza institution since 1968. They've been serving the best pie around for over 50 years. From the single founding location to now 8 locations around our area. Stop in or order online to find out why they're Hampton Road's favorite. CHICHO'S, more than pizza. As you see right now, the captains are meeting in the middle of the field. We have the Mustangs today with their white helmets, their gray jerseys, their red pants, and we got some pink socks on for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We have the opposing team in white jerseys with gold pants and black helmets. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that looks to be the end of our coin toss. Just like to remind everybody that this is the first time the Mustangs get to play here with the stadium open under us for the first level since we've been under construction for a while. So make sure to come out and support and stop by and see some of the little bit of the remodeling we have done. We do have concessions open, and we do have a lot of seating open, so make sure you come out and support. But if you can't make it, just to remind you, you can always see the Mustangs when they play at home here. We normally have the stream going. All you have to do is visit the Virginia Beach Sportsplex website, go to beachsportsplex.com, click streaming, then click on the link below. And it'll take you right here where we are today. Seems that the Mustangs won the coin toss and elected to receive, which will be coming in a matter of a couple minutes. So stay tuned.
Behind the line. 5 on each side. Not that far. Hey, come over here. Hey, BJ. BJ. Bounce down some BJ. Stand up. Hey. Take it on. Stand up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Everybody ready? Oh, we stand. Hurry up.
And we are underway here at the Sportsplex as the kick bounces to about the 45-yard line. They're a little bit of a trouble. Looks like the Mustangs did recover the kick and will be starting at the 46-yard line for their first drive of today's game.
First down. Go! Chase it! You're in. Now switch. Go! Chase it! Right here, Bill. Go!
Bunker's supposed to be in that tight angle there, coach. Right side.
No! Pick it up! Pick it on! You're linebacker. Go, Casey! Let's go, defense! Spread out!
For this first play, Mustangs are going to have the quarterback set back in shotgun with the running back to his right and 4 receivers to his left. Sends one of his wide receivers in motion. Ball gets fumbled on the snap by the quarterback, but recovered by the Mustangs player that was put in motion. Looks like the Mustangs lost a good 3 or 4 yards here, so we'll have a 2nd and 14. The quarterback setting up under center with 4 players lined up behind him. And there we have a timeout for the Mustangs. After just 1 play and a fumble snap, looks like we have a little bit of confusion that the Mustangs will look to figure out before they get ready for second down. Well, we have a timeout. Let y'all see a commercial from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you in a couple moments. Back. Quarterback takes the snap under center and runs up the middle for a QB sneak. Looks to gain about 2 or 3 yards on that run, which puts them almost back at where they started. And we will have a 3rd and 11. Quarterback is setting up a shotgun for the second time with his running back to his right. Has 2 receivers out to the left. Takes the hike and scrambles outside left and hits the 50 and is still going down the line. Looks like the referee says he stepped out at the 41-yard line, which will be enough for the first down. And after the 16-yard run by the Mustangs quarterback, we look to have another timeout now by the opponent team. Where we have 1st and 10 coming up for the Mustangs at the 40-yard line. We will be right back after this short commercial break. As we are back here at the Sportsplex, we're about to begin 1st and 10 at the 40-yard line for the Mustangs. After the Mustangs fumbled on 1st down last time, they look to have better results as they have 3 people lined up behind the quarterback. As it looks like it was a handoff up the middle for the running back. Look to gain a good 4 yards, putting them at the 36-yard line for a 2nd and 6.
Let's go!
the offense lined up in an I formation there for 1st and 10. As you see, we have a couple substitutions coming in for the Mustangs. As we see number 5 and number 50 jog off. Have the quarterback set up in shotgun. Have the same formation as we had a couple minutes ago, but we do have a player optioned out to the right. Before they can get the hike off, it looks like we have a flag on the play. Looks to be a false start on the offense. That will push them back 5 yards. Pull them back on the other side of the 40. So we'll have them at a 2nd and 11 here at the 41-yard line.
Hey, BJ, if you got 2, you got to get 1. Let's go, Brave! Get ready, Brave! Go, Julian! Straight to the quarterback, Brave! Go,
The
Julian!
Mustangs line up in the same formation, but do not option the tight end to the right side of the field, which looks like we have a offsides called on the defense that will put the Mustangs right back on the 36-yard line as we were before the false start. We'll give them the 2nd and 6 again. Quarterback set up with his 2 tight ends to the left and his running back to his right with 2 wide receivers out to the left. Looks to throw for the first time today. Gets it to his tight end that was set out near the 30-yard line, but the pass looks to be incomplete as it is dropped by the Mustangs wide receiver. Had a very good setup there as it tricked the entire defense as the tight end was left wide open. Unfortunate play for the Mustangs, but they look to have another chance at it with a 3rd and 6. As you see, the quarterback has a scramble out to the left side, and it looks like he makes it all the way to the 31-yard line, or the 29-yard line, sorry about that. And that looks to be a Mustangs 1st down. 2nd time today we've had the quarterback scramble out to his left, and both times it resulted in a good amount of yards and led to a 1st down both times. I have to think they'll be doing that a couple more times today till the defense can at least prove that they can stop that play. Till then, we have a 1st and 10 coming up from the 28-yard line. Almost the same formation here, but the running back lines up behind quarterback this time. And we have a pitch out to the running back who looked to stumble in confusion, not knowing where to go, and gets sacked back at the 35-yard line. Didn't really have much of a hole there and decided to turn back the other way, which ended up not being a good choice either. And we'll put them all the way back for a 2nd and 17. This is the first time we saw the running back get a chance here early in the 1st quarter.
Hey.
Looks like we have a little bit of confusion on the field.
Hey, we're in that wrapped up. We're just preaching. Can we eat? They don't want to understand, bro. Let's get it. Y'all doing this. Let's eat.
I have to believe this was another timeout called by the opposing team, as we have their two coaches here on the field coaching up their players.
Come on, wake up, make a plan. Why so tight? You all out? Just go. All right, pull up, bro.
That may have just been a little bit of technical difficulties and a little bit of confusion for the referees, but we are set to play on for a 2nd and 17. A new formation for the Mustangs. Options one of his wide receivers to his right and pitches the ball off in front of him, which looks to gain a good 5 yards back, which will put the Mustangs at the 30 for a 3rd and 11. 3rd and 12. Sorry about that. I was on that play. The quarterback had his running back to the left side of him, like the 4 wide receivers that were put out left. Had one of his wide receivers option in and take the pitch up the middle for a couple of yards. Good play for them, as it was the 3rd biggest play of the day. So they still got a good amount of way to go here, as they are still 12 yards away from their first down. If I had to guess, I'd say they are going to QB scramble out to the left, as it has been their best play so far. Running back off to his right, quarterback set in shotgun. Before the ball could be hiked, the defensive line moved, which will be called for a offsides, which will move the Mustangs up 5 yards. We'll bring them to a 3rd and 6 at the 26-yard line. Now just joining us, we're still in the first quarter here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex for Virginia Beach Mustangs football. Still at a score of 0-0 through the midway point of the first quarter. Have a 3rd and 6 coming up from the 26-yard line. Mustangs option a player out to the right. Quarterback takes the hike and shotgun. Scrambles out to his right. Turns the corner with no defenders in front of him. Going down the sideline to the 5 and scores for a CHICHO'S touchdown. First touchdown there for the Mustangs, as the quarterback took it 26 yards to the house. Give the Mustangs an early 6-0 lead here. As you can see, we have the Mustangs in a little bit of a hurry-up mode, as they look to have the ball on the 2-yard line. Have to believe they're going to go for an extra point. If you're not familiar, they get 2 points when they kick it here, and 1 point if they run a play, opposite of what the NFL does. As we have, the quarterback is set up in shotgun again, with the running back to his right, his 2 tight ends to his left, and 2 wide receivers set outside to his left as well. Quarterback takes the hike at the 2 and runs forward. Offensive linemen are able to push him forward and get him into the end zone for the extra point. And the extra point was good for the Mustangs, which gives them a 7-0 lead. Well, we have the teams about to set up for the kickoff. We will be right back right after a short commercial break. name is Jacob Zidow, and I am here joining you at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. As we just saw, the Mustangs scored their first touchdown in today's game here in the first quarter. Gives them a 7-0 lead after the extra point was good. And after this kickoff, we will get to see the opposing team's offense for the first time. Looks like there is a little bit of confusion on the field again. And the kickoff is kicked to one of the opposing team's players in the middle of the field, who took it at the 50 and decided to turn out left and keep going, but after his tackled down around the 44-yard line by the Mustangs. About a 6-yard return for the opposing team. And that looks to be the end of the first quarter. And the quarter with the Mustangs out to a 7-0 lead. And as we go to commercial break, we'll be right back here with you when the second quarter begins.
For more than 23 years, we've made it our mission to lend peace of mind.
Even when times aren't very peaceful.
We know that every borrower is unique.
That's why we put you first in every step of the loan process.
At Atlantic Bay, we are dedicated, now more than ever,
to providing digital tools, resources, and a lending hand.
To help you reach your home dreams.
Because we're here for you.
Whenever,
wherever,
however.
And welcome back. We are about to begin the second quarter of Virginia Beach Mustangs football here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. My name is Jacob Zidow, joining you here. We're off to a beautiful Saturday as we are hitting just 11:50 a.m. Eastern Time. In case you're wondering, this game got off to a little bit of a late start as we were waiting for referees to arrive. Had kickoff around 11:20 to 11:25 Eastern Time. Coming up, we have the opposing team's first time on offense and the Mustangs' first time on defense, as the Mustangs were able to have possession for the entire first quarter. As the opposing team has their quarterback under shotgun, motions his wide receiver out to the left, looks to throw the ball for the first play of today's game. Pass is to the left of the wide receiver and almost intercepted by a Mustangs player, but goes over his head as he only got a fingertip or two on it. Quarterback was set under pressure there really fast as a defensive lineman for the Mustangs got through the line and almost had the sack. As we look to begin 2nd and 10, we look to have a flag on the field. Looks like it was a warning for the opposing team's coach, as it will not move the ball back. And we will begin for the 2nd and 10 at the 44-yard line. Quarterback takes a hike under shotgun, looks to run up the middle, but is quickly sacked by the Mustangs. Quarterback did not have much time there to read the defense. It was blown up in the backfield before he could run or throw the ball. So like the tackle came by number 66, for the Mustangs. Will set the opposing team back at the 47-yard line for a 3rd and 14. And that looks like it was a timeout called by the Mustangs here before 3rd down. Had a little bit of confusion for both sides so far, but we look to get all of that straightened out before 3rd down. If you weren't with us for the first quarter, Mustangs offense held the ball the entire time and were able to score a touchdown and convert an extra point before the quarter ended. To get the second quarter off, we had a kickoff that went about to the 45-yard line and was returned for a good 5 yards by the opposing team. After 2 plays of an incomplete pass and then getting sacked in the backfield, the opposing team holds the ball at the 47-yard line for 3rd and 14. Quarterback under shotgun alone again as wide receivers set out to the outside of him. Pass is overthrown again. Almost hit his wide receiver out to the left on a slant route, but it was overthrown and almost caught by a Mustangs player, but it was overthrown that player also, which will result in a 4th and 13 coming up from the 47-yard line. For this drive, the opposing team has had 2 passing plays and we believe 1 rushing play, as the 2 passes were not caught and the running play was blown up in the backfield for a sack by number 66 of the Mustangs. Opposing team set up in the same formation again, but he does put his wide receiver in motion from the left side to his right side. Quarterback scrambles up the middle, finds a couple holes, but then is taken down after a gain of 4 yards, which will put him back at the 44-yard line for a 4th and 10. Or excuse me, that was a 4th and 13, which gained about 4 yards, but will put the Mustangs at the 45-yard line for a 1st and 10. As we will see the Mustangs offense for the second time today. So we have a little bit of time. The Virginia Beach Sportsplex would like to thank the following official sponsors: AstroTurf, Land Bay Mortgage, CHKD Sports Medicine, CHICHO'S Pizza, Dairy Queen, John's Tax Service, One Life Fitness, Shine Time Power Wash and Paint Professionals, Tropical Smoothie Cafe, Fall Athletics, Why Not Italian, and Zoop Eatery. And a special thanks to CHICHO'S Pizza for being the official sponsor of today's game. As you see, we have the Mustangs set at the 45 with quarterback in shotgun, his running back out to the right, 2 tight ends to the left, and his wide receivers out left. Looks like we had a flag on the play, a false start by the offense, which will put him back 5 yards. Which will give him a 1st and 15 coming up from the 40. Mustangs lined up in the same formation as before. Quarterback takes a hike on the shotgun. Throws the ball to his side end that was set out to the right. And after a little bit of fighting while the ball was in the air, the ball was not caught by anybody, as the tight end had 3 defenders around him, so safe to say that the quarterback for the Mustangs was lucky that ball was not intercepted. And they will be set up for a 2nd and 15 coming from the 40. Mustangs in the same formation as first down. This time, though, the wide receiver comes from the left to under center, takes the handoff from the quarterback, runs the ball up the middle to gain 5 yards. Put him back at the 45-yard line. We're about to have a 3rd and 10, but before we can set up, we look to have an injury timeout on the field as the opposing team has a player down at the 45-yard line. See what the injury is, but until then, we'll be right back after the commercial break.
After more than 50 years of innovation, AstroTurf still leads the way. The inventor of artificial turf does it all, right here in the USA. We engineer, test, manufacture, and install the world's most innovative fibers and turf technologies, with over 30,000 tracks and fields worldwide. AstroTurf, powered by Sport Group.
And we look to be back from the injury timeout. Player injured for the opposing team got up and was able to walk off the field. We hope he is okay and hope to see him back here playing very shortly. I have to believe it was nothing too serious, as he looked to be looked at by the trainer on his sideline. Now that we play on here at the Sportsplex, a 3rd and 10 for the Mustangs coming up during their 2nd drive. So we had a 5-yard run by a wide receiver. And we look to have another flag on play. This will be another false start that we had before the first play of this drive for the Mustangs. Put them back to the 40-yard line again. So instead of having a 3rd and 10, we will be at the 40 for a 3rd and 15. Almost as if they gained 0 yards from the 2nd down play. See, the Mustangs are lined up with the running back to his right with the shotgun under center. And we look to be another false start on the offense. As we had the one of the wide receivers go set out to the left in slot formation for the Mustangs. Look to get a little bit of a jump there before the ball was hiked. And we'll put them back at the 35-yard line for 3rd and 20. Still in the 2nd quarter here with the Mustangs at a 7-0 lead. So far, the Mustangs have been killing themselves on offense more than helping them. As you know, in football, it's always better when you beat the opposing team than beating yourself. Mustangs look to take the ball under center by the quarterback, who looks to scramble out left for a good 5 yards to be tackled after getting piled up by the defense. And we'll put them at a 4th and 15 from the 40-yard line. As we saw a couple times in the 1st quarter, when the Mustangs needed a good chunk of yards, they had the quarterback scramble out to the left. Both the times they did that, they ended up scoring a first down. And the one time they scrambled out to the right, they ended up scoring the touchdown. I have to think that we will see another quarterback scramble here, out to the left or the right. Looks like it might go to the left side as he has his tight end set out to the left with his wide receivers. Before we can get the snap, it looks like we had an offsides by the defense, which will bring the Mustangs up for a more manageable 4th and 10 from the 45.
Junior, play the middle. Right. You gotta pump out this way.
Quarterback under center, under shotgun, sorry. And the same formation, throws the ball out to his left to his running back. Running back did not gain any yards there, but did get back to the line of scrimmage. But since it was 4th and 10, it looks like we will have the opposing team taken over at the 45-yard line. If you weren't with us earlier in the second quarter, we got the second quarter underway with a kickoff from the Mustangs after they scored at the end of the first quarter. Gave them a 7-0 lead. Opposing team will take over the ball at the 45 like they did during their previous drive. They didn't gain many yards in their first set of the game. Quarterback under center here for the opposing team has two wide receivers out to the left, one out to the right. Throws the ball out to one of his wide receivers on the left, who looks to stop after he catches it, read the field, scramble back out to the left, go around a couple linemen, trying to find a hole, gained about a good 4 yards on the play. Was stopped at the 41-yard line, which is where we will set play for 2nd down. Be a 2nd and 6. First drive for the opposing team didn't amount to much as they kept moving backwards and didn't gain any yards, so that looked to be the first time the opposing team gained yards today. And the quarterback sets a player off in motion to his right, hands it off to his wide receiver, who looks to not gain any yards and is taken down back at the 45-yard line. Look to lose a couple yards. There was a flag on the play, which we will find out what that is in just a moment.
Hey, go easy.
Looks like it was an unsportsmanlike penalty on the defense after the play. After the player was taken down back at the 45-yard line, or the 40-yard line, excuse me, it looks like the 15-yard penalty will bring them all the way up to the 30-yard line. To reset the downs for him and give them a 1st and 10. Quarterback takes Ike under shotgun, hands it off to his running back that was on the left side of him. Running back runs up the middle for a good 4 yards. And we will have a 2nd and 7 coming up here very shortly. So then we do have another timeout on the field for the Mustangs. So please enjoy another commercial break, and we will be right back here with you once we get the 2nd down underway.
What's so extreme about the DQ Reese's Extreme Blizzard? How about all the Reese's you could dream of, with classic creamy Reese's peanut butter cups and crunchy Reese's Pieces? Plus, you guessed it, peanut butter topping and chocolatey topping. All blended in world-famous DQ soft serve, for a treat that takes your favorite combo to a whole new level. Wow, what a rush. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from our short commercial break. We're about to begin our 2nd and 7 from the 27-yard line. If you weren't with us in the first quarter, we had the Mustangs score the first touchdown of today's game on a 30-yard TD by the quarterback, who scrambled out to his right. After that, we had the kickoff to begin the second quarter, which is where the opposing team got their first touch of the ball. That didn't result in anything, and then the second drive for the Mustangs didn't result in anything either. After a penalty on the defense for unsportsmanlike conduct, we had the ball move up 15 yards to the 30-yard line. After a run up the middle by the running back, we had a 2nd and 7, which resulted in another run up the middle for the running back. That did not gain any yards, though, on that play, which will set him at a 3rd and 8 from the 28-yard line. And we look to have another break. Throughout the first half of this game, we've had a little bit of confusion from both sides. We had a warning given by the referee to the opposing team's coach. So that's all you've missed so far. But while we got a little bit of a break, we'd also like to thank Vault Athletics and Fitness. The Vault Fitness facility in Hampton Road's newest 13,000 square feet facility is located in the hilltop section of Virginia Beach, specializing in youth athlete development, personal training, small group training, and specialty fitness classes. That is Vault Athletics and Fitness. One of the many sponsors here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. We look to get the hike off for 3rd down. Quarterback was set back in shotgun alone and looked to fumble the ball. And it looks to be recovered by the Mustangs at the 29-yard line. First turnover here for either side. Opposing team had a little bit of momentum going their way after the penalty on the defense, but they look to get a good stop and get the ball back. We have their 3rd possession of the game coming up. Still in the second quarter here with a 7-0 score. Quarterback set up under center with 3 players lined up behind him to be a QB sneak up the middle. That play did not gain any yards, and it actually looked like there was a fumble on the play that will be giving the ball back to the opposing team. After just one play, looks like the Mustangs gave the ball back, which will bring their defense back onto the field. As you'll see a couple players being substituted for the Mustangs. Looks like the opposing team will get the ball back right where they lost it. And the good thing for them, though, is they get a whole new set of downs. So last time they fumbled on 3rd down, so they would have had one more try. The quarterback takes the ball under center once again, throws it out to his right side for the 3rd time today. Ball is incomplete. After the incomplete pass, we will be a 2nd and 10. Unlike the Mustangs, who have a very run-heavy offense, opposing team looks to throw the ball more, as their quarterback looks to have a really good arm. I've seen him set up in shotgun all alone in the backfield throughout most of this game. Only have one incomplete pass, and that is another incomplete pass. I believe the quarterback is 1 for 7 today. That is number 6 of the opposing team. He's been under some heavy pressure as he has been set back in shotgun for most of the game. Defensive line's gone through the offensive line and has almost sacked them a couple of times, but did get one sack back when in the second quarter when he tried to run the ball up the middle but gained 0 yards, which was the quarterback's only attempt to run the ball so far. Throws the ball under, hikes the ball under center again, tries to throw the ball, but before he can get the throw off, is sacked back at the 36-yard line. As you see, the Mustangs defense has been very good so far. Defensive line has found it pretty easy getting through that offensive line of the opposing team. Has had pressure on the quarterback on almost every play. And after that sack, it looks like we have now hit halftime here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Thanks for joining us here up this beautiful Saturday. Mustangs take a 7-0 lead into halftime as the players look to regroup, figure some things out, and rehydrate. We will be right back after a couple commercials, and we'll set to play the second half in about 5 minutes.
Nobody cares for more young knees than CHKD Sports Medicine. Our specialists, surgeons, and physical therapists work together to develop treatment and training programs that get young athletes back up to speed safely with the strength and confidence they need to stay in the game for the long haul. CHKD Sports Medicine. Care today to last a lifetime.
For more than 23 years, we've made it our mission to lend peace of mind.
Even when times aren't very peaceful.
We know that every borrower is unique.
That's why we put you first in every step of the loan process.
At Atlantic Bay, we are dedicated, now more than ever,
to providing digital tools, resources, and a lending hand.
To help you reach your home dreams.
Because we're here for you.
Whenever,
wherever,
however.
After more than 50 years of innovation, AstroTurf still leads the way. The inventor of artificial turf does it all, right here in the USA. We engineer, test, manufacture, and install the world's most innovative fibers and turf technologies, with over 30,000 tracks and fields worldwide. AstroTurf, powered by Sport Group.
What's so extreme about the DQ Reese's Extreme Blizzard? How about all the Reese's you could dream of, with classic creamy Reese's peanut butter cups and crunchy Reese's Pieces? Plus, you guessed it, peanut butter topping and chocolatey topping. All blended in world-famous DQ soft serve for a treat that takes your favorite combo to a whole new level. Wow, what a rush. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin the second half here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex for Virginia Beach Mustangs football. After an exciting first half, Mustangs look to get a bigger lead after getting a touchdown and converting the extra point, which gives them a 7-0 lead. Had a turnover each by both teams in the first half, but that didn't amount to much as they both came fairly late in the second quarter. For the Mustangs, quarterback scored the one touchdown after a 30-yard run that he set out to the right side. That was back at the 26-yard line, which came for the Mustangs at the end of the first quarter. As we set to get ready for the kickoff, which will come from the Mustangs at the 40-yard line. Just like to remind y'all here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex, we would like to thank our sponsors: AstroTurf, Grand Bay Mortgage, CHKD Sports Medicine, CHICHO'S Pizza, Dairy Queen, John's Tax Service, One Life Fitness, Shine Time Power Wash and Paint Professionals, Tropical Smoothie Cafe, Vault Athletics, Why Not Italian, and Zoop Eatery. And a special thanks to CHICHO'S Pizza for being our official sponsor of today's games. Just remember, we did recently open our first level here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex, so we do have the seats open, so make sure you come out and see some of the reconstruction we did and enjoy the games. But just remember, if you cannot be here in person, that you can always find the Mustangs right here when they are at home, unless you hear different. And you can find that at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex website, like you did today. All you have to do is go to beachsportsplex.com, click streaming, and then click on the link below. It'll bring you right back here. And we have our kick to start the second half. Opposing team takes it, runs out to his left, shoots up a little hole up the middle, and is tackled down at the 49-yard line. As he looked to gain about 5 or 6 yards there on the return. We will see the Mustangs defense for the third time today. Both times the opposing team had the ball, they were about at the 40-yard line or a little bit in front of it. So this looks to be better field position for the Mustangs defense. As the quarterback takes a hike on the shotgun, hands it off to his running back out to his left. Running back finds the hole around the right side. Shoots up the field for about, say, good 17, 18 yards, which will give them a first down at the 33-yard line. And it looks like we do have another player down back at the 50-yard line for the opposing team. Player down at the 50-yard line hasn't moved much, but his two coaches are down there talking to him. As you see, we have the trainer coming in from the sideline. And as we have an injury timeout, we will be right back here with you once we begin play again. Till then, enjoy some of the commercials from our sponsors. Thank you. And welcome back here to the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. My name is Jacob Zitto, bringing you the play-by-play for today's action from Virginia Beach Mustangs football. Just had a quick injury timeout. Good news though, the player was able to get up and walk off on his own terms. Trainer will check him out on the sideline. Hopefully everything's okay and it was nothing too serious. As we play on for a 1st and 10 coming from the 17-yard line by the opposing team, sets them at the 33-yard line. Before we can get the snap off, we look to have a flag on the field, which was a false start by the offense. We'll push them back 5 yards. We'll give them a 1st and 15 from the 38. So far, the opposing teams had a very heavy pass offense, as that ball was thrown out to the left side to one of his wide receivers on a slant route. Wide receiver was covered by two Mustangs player, and the ball was almost intercepted but dropped by the Mustangs. Which results in a 2nd and 15 from the 38-yard line. Player optioned out to the right. Quarterback takes a hike under shotgun, scrambles out to the right side of the field, jukes a player, and looks to head up the field, but gets tackled down from behind around the 18-yard line. Unfortunately for the opposing team, that was their best play of the game so far, but there is a flag on the field, which will bring them all the way back. And the penalty called on the offense brings them back 10 yards. Sets them at the 48 now for a 2nd and 25, excuse me. Quarterback takes the hike under shotgun, rolls out to the right again, but meets a Mustangs player before he can get back to the line, and is eventually taken down before he can get past the 50. As the Mustangs player pulled him down, looks like they are going to call forward progress though, and give them the ball at the 50-yard line. Looks like we have some arguing going on the field between the referee and the Mustangs coach.
Hey, look, BJ, you on the ball. BJ, you're on the ball. BJ, you are on the ball. It's on the ball.
And due to forward progress, they did not rule any yards lost for the opposing team, which puts the ball still at the 48-yard line, which has a 3rd and 15. Never mind. As a little bit of delay, the referees do decide to move the ball back a couple of yards, which puts the ball at the 50. And we'll make it a 3rd and 18. Quarterback set up in shotgun behind his line, all by himself once again. Wide receiver moved from the left side to the right, and it looks like we have a flag before the ball was hiked again. A false start on the offense. We'll put him back another 5 yards, which will make it a 3rd and 23. Say the offense is definitely moving the wrong way here. Hurting themselves. Mustangs defense hasn't given up many yards today, which is why they still hold a 7-0 lead here in the 3rd quarter. Quarterback throws the ball to his right, but is eventually dropped by his wide receiver again. Which give a 4th down to the opposing team. Still has him back at the 45-yard line. A 4th and 23. Quarterback set under shotgun again. Player motion from the left to the right, but then brought back to the left. And quarterback throws the ball to one of his wide receivers up the middle and is caught. Wide receiver was able to gain a couple yards after the catch. Brought him all the way up to the 38-yard line. But due to that it was 4th and 23, that was definitely not enough yards. And we'll give the Mustangs the ball back at the 38. As we look for the Mustangs quarterback, number 15, to get the play. Have a couple substitutions coming for both teams. And we begin playing in just a second. Have to think with only a 1-touchdown lead, the Mustangs will look to gain a good amount of yards here. and expand their lead. But before we can get the ball snapped on first down, we look to have another timeout by the defense this time. And while we have a timeout, we will play a quick commercial and we'll bring you right back here before the play begins. And we are back after a short commercial break. Quarterback's up under shotgun with his running back to his right, and we look to have another flag on the field for play. And we look to have a flag called on the sideline of the opposing team. Another foul called on the coach. We'll bring him up a good 10 to 15 yards for an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Puts the Mustangs offense on the other side of the 50-yard line. Directly at the 47 to begin 1st and 10. Quarterback scrambles out to his left side. After breaking a tackle, runs back to the right. And is headed down the sideline. Gets around his defenders to the 10, to the 5, and for a touchdown. We do have a flag back on the field. Actually have 2 flags on the field after the referee tosses his hat up in the air. Looks to be getting 2 flags called on the offense, which will bring the ball back. Penalty brings the offense back. And due to the fact that it was 2 penalties, it looked like it was 2 15-yard penalties by the offense. Unsportsmanlike conduct more than one time. Which will bring the Mustangs all the way back to the 30. On the wrong side of the field. I think it's fair to say the coaches have had more flags called on them today than the players have. Which is kind of weird, but I guess it happens. We're still in the 3rd quarter with a 7-0 lead for the Mustangs. As we look to have another timeout on the field. Won't go to commercial break this time. I have to think it's just a quick little timeout. But while we sit in this timeout, I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, AstroTurf. Since 1965, the AstroTurf brand has been driven by forward thinking. Today, AstroTurf continually improves its system design to deliver playing surfaces with the most realistic, sport-specific performance, longest-lasting durability, and sound player protection. That is AstroTurf. And since the penalty, we have the ball set at 30-yard line for a 1st in about forever. As the first down, we're all the way on the other side of the field at the 37-yard line. Say they have a huge chunk of yards to gain back if they want to do good, but that looks like that might happen because after a big run, he's down from the 30 to the 25, to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the 5, and nobody in front of him for the touchdown. After a big first and about 45 to 50 yards, quarterback runs up to the left and scores a CHICHO'S touchdown, his second of the day. He had a very good block coming around the 45-yard line by one of his teammates. Was able to juke around a player, and all he had to do is beat every player coming from behind with nobody in front of him, and he did exactly that. Touchdown right there gives the Mustangs a 13-0 lead, but it does look like we have another injury coming from the opposing team. The 70-yard TD run by the quarterback gives him over 100 yards rushing for the game, as he scored a 30-yard TD earlier in the first quarter. While we have an injury timeout on the field, we would like to thank another one of our sponsors, Land Bay Mortgage Group. Lending peace of mind, they're not your typical mortgage company. They understand getting a mortgage can be stressful, but they're here to guide you every step of the way. They're dedicated to providing you an enjoyable journey from start to finish. Land Bay Mortgage Group. I believe we are near the end of the third quarter, if not already in the fourth quarter. Have the extra point coming up for the Mustangs. As I told you earlier, rules here for Mustang football are reversed from NFL football. Run up the middle or throw, just not kicking the ball is good for 1 point if you convert it into the end zone. But if you try kicking a field goal, it is worth 2 points. As they are not set up to kick the ball, we have to believe the Mustangs will try to either run the ball again like they have most of the game, and that is true. As they try to push the pile up the middle, they gained no yards, if they even got pushed back, maybe a couple of yards, and we will rule the extra point no good. QB sneak up the middle was unsuccessful, and we will have our second kickoff of this second half coming up shortly. Until then, please enjoy a commercial from one of our sponsors.
What's so extreme about the DQ Reese's Extreme Blizzard? How about all the Reese's you could dream of, with classic creamy Reese's peanut butter cups and crunchy Reese's Pieces? Plus, you guessed it, peanut butter topping and chocolatey topping. All blended in world-famous DQ soft serve, for a treat that takes your favorite combo to a whole new level. Wow, what a rush. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Welcome back from the short commercial break. My name is Jacob Zito, joining you here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex for Mustangs football. Mustangs just scored a touchdown on a 70-yard run by the quarterback, but the extra point was no good, which sets us at a 13-0 score. As you see, the Mustangs are setting up to kick off from the 40-yard line. And the kick is underway. Farthest kick of today's game bounces all the way back to the 36-yard line. Ran up by the opposing team for about 7-8 yards. Put them down at the 44-yard line to begin their fourth drive of today's game for the offense. Offense for the opposing team hasn't had much success here throughout the three quarters. They've only had about one converted one first down or so. Mustangs' defensive line has sacked the quarterback good 3 times today. Hasn't given up many yards. One good play the opposing team had was a 27-yard run out to the right, but was eventually called back due to unsportsmanlike conduct. And before we can get the first down snap off for the opposing team, it looks like a false start was called, which will push them back a good 5 yards, back to the 38-yard line. I apologize, actually the 39-yard line, as only on 1st and 10 they were at the 44-yard line. Ball hiked to the quarterback and handed off to his right by the running back. Running back turns up the field and has nobody in front of him other than a blocker. The ball was brought down from behind by number 32 of the Mustangs at the 37-yard line, which is enough for the first down. That was by far the biggest play for the opposing team so far in today's game. Most of the plays have been a throw by the quarterback, but looks like they're switching it up this drive, as the second play of this drive is off for another run. Fortunately, that run was up the middle, which there was no hole, and the quarterback was brought down after a gain of 2 to 3 yards, which will put him at a 2nd and 7 or 8 from the 36.
7 minutes left in the game.
Oh. 7 minutes left in the game.
And as we just heard from the referee, we have 7 minutes left in this game, so we are in the fourth quarter. The Mustangs with a 13-0 lead. I have to think if they can find a way to stop the offense here, it'll be good. And as the ball is hit off the quarterback and pushed up into the air, but eventually caught by the quarterback, who brought it back down. He is tackled for a loss and brought back to the 39, to the 41. We'll have him at a 3rd and 13. As you can see, before we get this 3rd and 13 on our snap, we have a little bit of confusion on the field as we have both coaches yelling from the sideline. Quarterback under center once again, looks to throw it out to his left after his wide receiver runs a slant route. That ball is hit down by a defender, which will result in a 3rd and 13 coming up. But before that, we have an injury timeout on the field as we have a player down around the 41-yard line. Well, we have the trainer coming onto the field to check on the player. We are going to head to a commercial break, and we'll be right back once we resume play. Good news, the player who was down on the field injured back at the 42-yard line was able to get up and walk off the field on his own. Looks like he will be checked out by the trainer on the sideline. Have the 4th and 13 coming up that we told you about before we went to commercial break. I have to believe there's about 6 minutes left in this game. Hopefully the Mustangs can get a stop here, which should be enough to give them the win. As you see, the quarterback set back in shotgun and motions players out to his right again. Ball is thrown and caught by a wide receiver at the 26-yard line, who eventually runs down the sideline and runs it in for a touchdown. First CHICHO'S touchdown today, scored by the opposing team, to give them a 13-6 lead here in the 4th quarter. Extra point coming up very shortly, but until then, I'd like to thank one of our sponsors, Zoop Eatery. At Zoop Eatery, you can build the perfect box lunch, a customizable and individually packaged meal for your convenience. You can choose from any of their wide variety of soups, fresh salads, made-to-order sandwiches, and good news, all served with a hunk of bread and dessert. Thank you, Zoop Eatery. There's something for the whole crew at Zoop Eatery. And we had the extra point snapped, but it looks like we had a false start by the offense before we could get that snap. So push the offense back 5 yards. I have to think they're still going to try to score an extra point, though, instead of kicking it. In case you weren't with us for the other touchdowns I explained earlier, extra points are worth 1 point when you try to run or pass it, and there were 2 points when you try to kick it. Quarterback set under shotgun, brings his running back in beside him to the left, hikes the ball, but is eventually sacked by a defensive lineman back at the 12-yard line before he can get the pass off. With that play resulting in a no-good extra point for the opposing team, Mustangs still hold a 13-6 lead with less than 5 minutes remaining in this game. Kickoff will happen very shortly. Until then, I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, CHKD Sports Medicine. Whether your child is competing as part of a football team like here that you see today, or likes to ride a bike, or is on the road to even Olympic glory, the multidisciplinary team at the CHKD Sports Medicine program is dedicated to the comprehensive treatment of illness and injury in pediatric and college athletes. That is CHKD Sports Medicine. We have the kickoff about to happen from the opposing team's 40-yard line. I have to think that if the Mustangs can gain a couple first downs here, that'll be enough to end the game. as we look to have a little bit of confusion coming from the opposing team. And the kicker tries kicking it, but misses. So he will retry to kick again. We have an onside kick coming, but that ball was touched by the opposing team at the 49-yard line. But that is not 10 yards, so as we know, if the opposing team touches it before it goes 10 yards, that is a penalty, which will result in the Mustangs keeping the ball. So the onside kick will be ruled no good. Seemed to be a very good kick, though. The opposing player just touched it a little early. Just need to let it go another yard, but that did not happen. Which is good news for the Mustangs, as it looked like it might have been recovered by the opposing team if it went 10 yards. Mustangs set up at the 49-yard line for the 1st and 10. Quarterback set under center with 3 players lined up behind him. No wide receivers out, but he does run the ball out to the left side and jukes a couple players, which gets him all the way down to the 25-yard line where he steps out of play, which is good enough for the 1st down, which is his third big play of today's game. Looks like we have the referee actually ruling him out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Good enough for a 23-yard run.
Hey, Bill! Watch you got it! Hey, Bill! Come on out, Bill! Coming out!
I have to think after having 4 big plays happen for the Mustangs, run the ball out to the left side, I have to think they'll probably do it again. Because why not? Just like why not Italian? If you think about something for dinner tonight, Why Not Italian is open. At Why Not Italian, they're celebrating over 28 years in Hampton Roads. Their commitment to excellent ingredients, traditional recipes, and treating their customers like family is what has allowed them to serve delicious food to our community since 1993. You can dine in with them at any one of their 7 locations. So make sure to check them out at Why Not Italian. And after that play that was ran up the middle for a good gain of 1 yard, we look to have a timeout by the defense. I have to think that is to stop the clock here, as we only have a couple minutes remaining in the game. Mustangs still have that 13-6 lead. Look to close out the game here very shortly. Well, we have this timeout. I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Eat better, feel better. They're bursting with fresh flavors. They offer grab-and-go catering and box lunches. Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Prince Anne Road, right across from TCC. It's out to the right if you come over here to the Sportsplex. As we are about to begin, or about to resume play after the timeout by the defense. See the coaches for the opposing team running off the field before they get called for a penalty. Quarterback set under center again for the Mustangs with 3 people behind him. Runs the ball out to the right, breaks a tackle, shoots up the middle, shoots up the sideline of the field, and gains a good 10 yards, which will give them another first down. Seems like we will have a 1st and 10 coming from the 10-yard line. Or excuse me, 11-yard line, as we can see. Quarterback lined up under center. 3 people behind him again for the same formation. This time, though, hands the ball off to his fullback that was lined up behind him. Fullback punched the ball up the middle and looked to gain a good 2 or 3 yards on that play, which will make it a 2nd and 7 coming up. And we look to have another timeout called by the defense. Well, we have a little bit of a break. Also like to thank another one of our sponsors, Dairy Queen. Every day is sweet when they're serving you Blizzard treats like M&M's, cookie dough, Reese's, and Oreo fudge brownie. They say thanks for being their fans for all these years, and here's to many more. Dairy Queen Lansdowne. Fan food, not fast food. I'd just like to remind everybody, give a special thanks out to CHICHO'S Pizza for being the official sponsor of today's game. At CHICHO'S Pizza, there have been Beach Institution since 1968. CHICHO'S Pizza has been serving the best pie around for over 50 years. From the single founding location to now 8 locations around our area, stop in or order online to find out why they're Hampton Road's favorite. CHICHO'S, more than pizza. And before we can get the 2nd and 7 snap, looks like we have a timeout now coming from the Mustangs. We have another timeout. Send you to commercial break, and we'll be right back here with you when play resumes. And we are back from our short commercial break. As I said before we went to commercial break, we have a 2nd and 7 coming up for the Mustangs here at the 8-yard line. Quarterback takes the ball under center, looks to throw it out to his right, but is sacked on the play before he can throw it by the defense for their first sack of today's game. Luckily, the quarterback hadn't moved back much in the pocket and was taken down at the 10, which will only result in a loss of 2 or 3 yards, but still puts them at about 3rd and 9. That is before we find out what the penalty is on the opposing on the field. Looks like the flag came on the defense, or was on the defense. which will bring the ball all the way up to the 4-yard line, which will give them third in, which will actually reset the downs and give them first and goal from the 3 or 4 yard line. As you see, the Mustangs coach coaching up their players in a circle right here, telling them what they want them to do right here. Trying to punch this ball in to give them a bigger lead and to secure the win for today's game. Quarterback set under center. Looks to QB sneak it up the middle. Pile pushes pretty far, which is enough for the CHICHO'S touchdown. And that touchdown extends the that CHICHO'S touchdown extends the Mustangs lead to 19-6 with probably less than a minute to go here in today's game. Ball set on the 2-yard line as the Mustangs attempt the extra point. Quarterback takes a hike under center. Before we can get the ball hiked, it looks like we had a false start on the offense. Pushing back 5 yards, back to the 7-yard line. The Mustangs get their play called and get into formation. Most of their plays today have been a running play, so I have to think that that's what this play is going to be also, as he doesn't have any wide receivers out to his left or right. He takes the ball, runs around the left side to the left, and runs into the end zone for a conversion of the extra point. Should give the Mustangs a 22-6 lead here. As number 11 for the Mustangs, as number 15 for the Mustangs, sorry, scores once again. It looks to be that we still have enough time for the Mustangs to kick off once more here in the 4th quarter at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. While we got a little bit of time again, I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors. Over at John's Tax Service, they're providing tax preparation and retirement planning services. John's Tax Service and JPM Financial Services have been serving all of Indiana for over 20 years. They're the best thanks to you, John's Tax Service. Need help filing your taxes? Make sure to reach out or call them. Mustangs are set to kick off from the 40-yard line. Ball kicked to the right and eventually goes out of play back at the 48-yard line. Which, since the ball rolled out of bounds before it was touched, that means it was a penalty on the kicking team. Opposing team will take over the ball at the 48-yard line to begin their 6th or 7th drive of the game. First and 10. Quarterback takes Ike in shotgun with his 2 wide receivers out to the left, 2 out to the right. Ball is thrown on a slant route to one of his wide receivers, but not caught, which resulted in an incomplete pass. But we do have a flag on the play. Looks to be pass interference on the defense, which will put the ball around the spot where the penalty was made. Which is actually a 10-yard penalty, which gives them the first down at the 43-yard line.
$30 seconds left. 30 seconds.
And just heard from the referee that we have 30 seconds left in the game. Quarterback taking the ball under shotgun again, motioning one of his wide receivers out to the left side of him. Fumbles the ball back at the 50-yard line and is recovered by the Mustangs. Back at the 41-yard line. 42, excuse me. Which looks like that will probably be the last play, or one of the last play of today's game. As the Mustangs were already up 20-6, just got the ball back, and we'll look to maybe hike the ball maybe 1 or 2 more times before we call this game. And it looks like we have called that game. That is the last play. After the fumble, the Mustangs recover the ball, and that looks to be enough. As the Mustangs walk away with the win here at a score of 20-6. I have to think the player of the game definitely is the quarterback, who looked to score 2 touchdowns and rush for over 100 yards, as he had a big 70-yard TD coming in the 3rd quarter and a 30-yard TD that came back in the 1st quarter. As you can see, the players are about to shake hands at the 50-yard line, showing good sportsmanship here. And after we finish the conclusion of this game and get warm-ups, we will have a second game coming here from the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Other than that, thanks for joining us here, and we hope to see you stay as we see the second and final game coming up in the next 30 minutes. So then, please enjoy warm-ups. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. My name is Jacob Zidell. We are about to begin the second game of Virginia Beach Mustangs football for this Saturday. As you just saw, the Mustangs just took the field and had their grand entrance. We will have kickoff very shortly. Well, we got some time before kickoff. The Virginia Beach Sportsplex would like to thank the following official sponsors: AstroTurf, Atlantic Bay Mortgage, CHKD Sports Medicine, CHICHO'S Pizza, Dairy Queen, John's Tax Service, One Life Fitness, Shinetown Power Wash and Paint Professionals, Tropical Smoothie Cafe, Vault Athletics, Why Not Italian, and Zoop Eatery. A special thanks to CHICHO'S Pizza for being today's official sponsor. You see the Mustangs are about to kick off from the 40-yard line. For this game, we got the Mustangs in their traditional white helmets with gray jerseys, red pants, and yellow and pink socks, depending on the player. And we have the opposing team in black pants, black shirt, black jerseys, and red helmets. Still trying to figure things out before we kick off. We just got 2 people to use the markers, and we're going to get one person to put the official down marker.
Hey, remember, job.
And we have kickoff from the Virginia Beach Sportsplex at 1:23 p.m. Eastern Time. After the ball is touched by a couple defenders, it is recovered by the opposing team at the 33-yard line, which is where we will begin play today. As we get set, the opposing team has the quarterback under center with 3 wide receivers out to his left, running back behind him, and 1 receiver out to his right. This quarterback was actually under shotgun. Quarterback took the snap and decided to run out to the right, but is tackled for a loss before he can get back to the line of scrimmage. Looks like he lost a good 8 yards on that play, which will result in a 2nd and 18. Having a little bit of trouble getting the ball back to the referee. The team's still trying to get the play called. Looks like the line is set, but his running back and wide receivers are not set, which is why the quarterback's having a little trouble getting the play called here. Looks like they're going to set up in the same formation as they did before, with 4 wide receivers out to the left and 1 out to the right, while the quarterback is set back in shotgun. Motions his closest wide receiver from the left to the right, fakes a handoff to him, has the read option, decides to keep it and run out to the left side of the field, but is tackled after only gaining about 1 yard. So set it at a 3rd and about 15. Because the team sets up in a little bit of a different formation for that play, but there is a flag thrown on the field before we can get the play underway, which is called for a false start on the offense. We'll push him back another 5 yards. Had 3rd and about 15 or 16 on that play, so we have to think it'd be about 3rd and 21 or 22 coming up. Ball hiked in shotgun to his quarterback. Looks like we had a wide receiver screen thrown out to the right. After gaining good 8 or 9 yards, Mustangs tackle the player down at the 34-yard line, which will get them back to the original line of scrimmage, but brings up a 4th and 10. As you see, we have 4 wide receivers out to the right of the quarterback now instead of the left, but has 1 on the left still, while he's going to set back under shotgun again. And we have a wide receiver called for offsides on the offense.
You have to check with him, bro. Come here. Hey, Ray. Watch that man. Watch his man. You got to check with him. He's on that side, bro. No, you check with that wide referee, bro. Don't try to talk about it, calling that. Hey, go right.
And that flag looks like we are going to have 4th down. Seems like we didn't move them back for some reason. I have to think though, it looks like the player was only sitting offsides there because he looked at where the marker was, not where the ball was. So either way though, it still has them down on a 4th and 10 around the 34-yard line.
Go over there, Grady. Go, go, go.
We're running back motion to the left. Quarterback takes hike under shotgun and rolls out to his left before he can get to the sideline, is eventually tackled by the Mustangs, which only resulted in a gain of 1 yard, which will put the Mustangs at will give the Mustangs the ball after a turnover on downs for a 1st and 10. That is going to start on the 35. Well, we have the teams making a couple substitutions here as they rotate from offense to defense for the opposing team and bring on the offense for the Mustangs. I'd like to thank one of our sponsors, AstroTurf. Since 1965, the AstroTurf brand has been driven by forward thinking. Today, AstroTurf continually improves its system designed to deliver playing surfaces with the most realistic, sport-specific performance, longest-lasting durability, and sound player protection. That is AstroTurf.
Let's go, Nolan. Hey, look.
as we are set to see the Mustangs for offense for the first time in today's game. Quarterback takes the ball under center, hands it off to his running back to the right, who looks to find a hole and make it all the way up to the 29-yard line. Running back gained 5 yards on that play, which will make it 2nd and 5, coming from the 30. Quarterback sets up in the same formation, hands the ball off again to his running back to the right. This time the running back only gained a good 2 yards, which will give him a 3rd and 3 from the 27. Mustangs in a little bit of a different formation. Looks like they are going to be called for a flag on the play. Looks like the defense was called for offsides, which results in a 5-yard penalty. which will move them up 5 yards closer to the end zone, put the ball at the 22-yard line, and we'll give them a new first down. Ball is taken up the middle. Going for a little bit of a gain. Looks like the Mustangs gained a good 2 yards on that play. Give them a 2nd and 8. Ball taken under center and flipped back to the running back. Running back hits a little juke there. Tries to get around the corner, but is eventually taken down. Running back was tackled and forced out of bounds around the 15-yard line. Looks like we're going to mark him officially at the 16-yard line, though. Which will give him a 3rd and about 4 or 5. Looks like we have a timeout on the field. That actually looks like it was the end of our first quarter here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex for Virginia Beach Mustangs football, as they move to the other side of the field and get set to begin the 3rd down of the first drive for the Mustangs. We are going to play a quick commercial break and then be right back here with you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin the 2nd quarter of today's game. My name is Jacob Zell, joining you here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. We were about to have a 3rd and about 4 for the Mustangs, but it looks like we had a flag thrown on the field before we could get the snap. Looks to be offsides on the defense for the 2nd time in this drive. which will move the Mustangs up 5 yards closer to the end zone. And will give them a first down. The ball looks to be placed at the 17-yard line. Looks like we have a little confusion on the field as the opposing team is going to take a timeout. So while we go to a timeout, we will go to commercial break and be right back here with you when play resumes. Welcome back from our short commercial break. After the flag that came on 3rd and 3 for a offsides, the Mustangs gained 5 yards, which puts them on the 17-yard line for a 1st and 10. We are in the first half of this game, officially in the second quarter. Still sitting at a score of 0-0. Looks like we have offsides on the offense before the ball is hiked, which will push them back a good 5 yards. Bring them back to around the 22-yard line. Not the greatest, but it is manageable. The ball was handed off to a wide receiver coming from the left side, who eventually turned around and is still up, juking people. Looks from going to the left, back to the right, gets to the 10, to the 5, and then to the end zone, and scores the touchdown. That is a CHICHO'S touchdown scored by the Mustangs, number 1 for the 4th score of today's game. Very nice play by the wide receiver as he was able to juke a good amount of defenders and turn back to his right after initially starting in the right, then going back to the left, and then came back to the right. Ended up finding a hole and was able to beat his defenders to the end zone. In case you're now joining, looks like before we get this extra point started, we do have another flag, which looks to be like it is going to be a warning on the opposing team's coach. Ball is hiked for the extra point and ran up the middle, which it looks to be scored. As who knows, because the players just hiked the ball before the referees were even looking. So we're not really sure why that just happened, but I don't think that's going to be considered good or no good. As we just heard from the referees, that definitely does not count. As you probably heard, we had the coaches hyping up all the fans here at the Sportsplex. And while the head referee was trying to explain why he gave them gave a warning to the opposing team, looks like he's going to give a warning to the other coach, as the Mustangs coach did not care what he said and decided to hype up the crowd instead of listening. So we have a little drama going on here. The referee still seems to be having a little bit of problems. Not sure all what's happening, but say this is probably the most exciting point of today's game so far, even though we're only in the second quarter, so we do have a good amount of time to go. Still waiting for that extra point to be played, as the Mustangs just scored a touchdown, so we still sit at a 6-0 score. Quarterback under center, hand is off to the running back behind him. Tries to get up the middle, but does not find a hole, and it is no good, which will keep us at a score of 6-0 here in the second quarter. While we get set for the kickoff, I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, Atlantic Bay Mortgage Group. Lending peace of mind, they're not your typical mortgage company. They understand getting a mortgage can be stressful, but they're here to guide you every step of the way. They're dedicated to providing you an enjoyable journey from start to finish. Atlantic Bay Mortgage Group. And since we're still having a little bit of trouble with getting set, I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, CHICHO'S Pizza, the official sponsor of today's game. They're a pizza institution since 1968. CHICHO'S Pizza has been serving the best pie around for over 50 years. From the single founding location to now 8 locations around the area. Stop in or order online to find out where they are Hampton Road's favorite. CHICHO'S, more than pizza.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Back down! Back down!
Looks like because of a penalty on the opposing team, the Mustangs are going to be able to kick off from the other side of the field on the 45. Results in the kicker kicking it a good 20 yards back to the 25-yard line. Opposing player runs out to his left, but is eventually brought down by a Mustangs player back at the 26-yard line, which is where the opposing team will begin their second drive of the day on offense. As we are about to begin this second drive for the offense of the opposing team, the quarterback looks to be under center with his running back behind him, 2 wide receivers out to the left and 2 wide receivers out to the right. Hands the ball off up the middle to his running back, who looks to gain no yards on that run, and which will make it a 2nd and 10 coming from the 26-yard line. Opposing team set up in the same formation as first down. Looks to fake the handoff up the middle to the running back and hand it off behind him to a wide receiver. Look to move up the field and gain a good 9 yards, which will get him to the 35-yard line. We'll make it a 3rd and 1. As you see, the offense is still trying to get their play called here, as it is a very important call. I have to think that they don't want to get to 4th down and would like to get at least a yard or 2 here and reset the downs for them. As they do, the quarterback fakes his handoff to the running back, rolls out right for the QB. QB makes it all the way down the line, gets around defenders, and is eventually pushed out at around the 30-yard line. But it looks to be that we do have another flag on the field, back at the 40-yard line. If you had to guess, looking at the Mustangs sideline, coaches definitely think it's coming back. To see what the official call is on the field. Looks to be true because the ball is now brought back to the 40-yard line. Have to see where they're going to place it though, because we had 3rd and down coming from the 35, so. Looks like we were just told that there were 2 different penalties on the field, one from each side, which will mean they are offset, and we are brought back to the 35-yard line for 3rd and 1 to be replayed. Quarterback set up a little differently now. Still in shotgun, but doesn't have his running back beside him. But does decide to do the same play at the end of the day and run out to his right. But he is brought down before he can get back to the line of scrimmage for a tackle for a loss of 1 yard, which will put him at 4th and 2, down at the 34-yard line. I have to think that was probably a pretty smart play call, because you would think, you know, if you can get about 40, 50 yards on one play and get it called back, you'd have to think there might be a chance you can do the same thing again. Maybe the defense was expecting it, or maybe it was just because it wasn't a PA rollout anymore and it wasn't a trick on the play. So the defense was able to read the quarterback pretty easily. Either way though, we do sit out of 4th and 2. Looks to be a little confusion on the play. Before we hike the ball, quarterback still under center again. Looks to throw the ball this time out to his left, or to his right. And the ball is overthrown over his wide receiver, which goes eventually out of bounds, which will mean we are going to get a flip of the ball, and we are going to see the Mustangs offense come onto the field for the 2nd time, who will take over the ball at the 35-yard line. While we get a change of possession, I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, One Life Fitness. One Life, one inspired life. They're here to help. Start your new membership today at any one of their 8 convenient Hampton Roads locations, or you can go online at onelifefitness.com to claim a free trial pass. One Life Fitness. As you'll see, the Mustangs had a good drive the first time on offense, which resulted in a touchdown. hand off the ball again, but the running back seems to be going a little bit of a wrong way and is eventually tackled behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of about 3 or 4 yards, but there is a flag on the field. Looks to be called on the offense, and the penalty will be accepted and will push the Mustangs back good couple of yards. Actually looks to be that the penalty was not accepted because of the loss of yards. It puts them around the same spot as it is.
Come on, D-line on the ball!
We have a 2nd and 13 coming up for the Mustangs. If you weren't with us in the first quarter, the Mustangs did score a touchdown after the running back decided to go a couple different directions, but finally get around the side and score a 30-yard TD run. And at this rate, quarterback runs the ball off to the left, and eventually fumbles the ball though after stopping for some reason, and the ball is recovered by the opposing team. Not sure why the Mustangs player stopped there. He looked like he had a blocker ahead of him and a good amount of green that he might have even had a hold to score a touchdown, but eventually decided to stop and stay behind his blocker, which resulted in the turnover. With that being said, we are going to be switching possession again. And the opposing team will get the ball back where they lost it last time, right around the 38-yard line. While we got another break, I'd also like to thank CHKD Sports Medicine. Whether your child is competing as part of a football team, like we see here today, likes to ride a bike, or is on the road to Olympic glory, the multidisciplinary team at CHKD Sports Medicine program is dedicated to the comprehensive treatment of illness and injury in pediatric and college athletes. CHKD Sports Medicine. And as we just saw, as I was talking about CHKD Sports Medicine, the quarterback fumbled the hike and the ball was recovered by the Mustangs. Ball recovered around the 35-yard line, which will bring the Mustangs offense right back onto the field right after they lost it. Or we are getting to reset it. Also like to thank another one of our sponsors since we got a little bit of time. Zoop Eatery. At Zoop Eatery you can build the perfect box lunch. You can choose from any of their wide variety of soups, salads, and made-to-order sandwiches, which they are all served with a hunk of bread and dessert. Something for the whole crew at Zoop Eatery. As the Mustangs take over on 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line, they hand the ball up the middle to the running back, who looked to gain a good 5 yards to make it 2nd and 5, coming from the 32. Quarterback lined up under the center, pitches the ball back to the right, which was a good move because he was about to get sacked. Running back eventually ran up, but did not get back to the line of scrimmage that was set at the 32-yard line. Looks like he might have lost a yard or so. Push it back to the 33 for a 3rd and 6.
2 minutes!
And as we just heard from the referee, we have 2 minutes left here in the first half of today's game. Mustangs still sit at a score of 6-0. Mustangs defense has held up pretty well so far, has not let the other team into the red zone. Offense has been doing pretty good so far. Only had the ball a couple of times, but has eventually done what they need to do. And it looks like we are going to have another flag on the field before the snap gets underway for the 3rd down. Both teams think it's on the other side. see what happens. And it looks like it was called on the defense for all sides, which will move the ball up a good 5 yards. Fortunately, though, when they were sitting at a 3rd and 6, it did not get on the first down, but they are now going to get a more manageable 3rd down, with only needing 1 yard to go. I have to think there's some sort of way the Mustangs can find a way either to run up the ball up the middle or to the outside and get that 1 yard. Maybe even have a QB sneak here as they look to be set up in it. And they are doing a QB sneak. And the pile looks to be pushing a very good amount. But it is actually called for a fumble. That is recovered by the defense and headed the other way. The player is trying to beat that one Mustangs player. He's at the 25, the 20, to the 15, to the 10, and is brought down right before the goal line over at the 2 or around the 2 yard line, which we're not really sure if it is going to be called a fumble or not. Looks like we don't have any flags on field though, so that looks to be a fumble recovered by the defense. Which is, as you can imagine, that is a very big momentum shift for the defense, or for the other team. It looks like we are going to have a timeout called for the Mustangs after that big play was just given up. Looks like the referee is actually going to set the ball around the 15-yard line to start the drive for the opposing team. Till we get all this information, until we get all this figured out and settled, we're going to go to commercial break, and we'll be right back with you once play resumes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in the second quarter here. After that turnover, the opposing team looks to take over the ball on the 2-yard line. We were told before we resumed the break that there are 10 seconds left here in this quarter before we go to halftime. And before they got that snap off, though, there looked to be a false start, which will push the opposing team to the 7-yard line, which seems to be pretty detrimental, as they don't have much time left here to do this. So you'd have to think if they don't push it in the first couple of drives, they're going to go to halftime and not get the points they need. As you know, it'd be very game-changing for them if they're able to score, as they are just down a touchdown, as the Mustangs have the 6-0 lead. Have to wonder if they don't get the points here, will they ever get there? But that doesn't really matter, because it looks like it was not scored, as the player went out about the 1 or 2 yard line. By the looks of that, that is the last play of the end of the first half here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Thanks for joining us. We go to break with a 6-0 lead held by the Mustangs after just scoring 1 touchdown as the only points that were put on the board. We believe that the halftime is about 5 minutes long, so we are going to go to commercial break, and we will be back when the second half resumes. Thank you. back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after a very short halftime. As you know, this game was running a little bit behind after our first game of the day ran about 20 minutes behind. So we look to not have much of a halftime, and we look to kick off as the opposing team looks to kick it, and the Mustangs recover the ball around the 42-yard line. Mustangs player takes it to his left and makes it about all the way to the 50 for a good gain of about 7 or 8 yards, which is where we will begin play. If you're with us, you remember that the Mustangs were able to stop the opposing team after fumbling and having the opposing team run it all the way down to the 2. The one play that the opposing team ran was not scored, which sets us at a 6-0 lead for the Mustangs as we begin the third quarter. And before we can begin the first drive for the Mustangs of the second half, it looks like we do have a timeout called. So while we're at a timeout break, I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, John's Tax Service, providing tax preparation and retirement planning services. John's Tax Service and JPM Financial Services have been serving all of Hampton Roads for over 20 years. They're the best thanks to you, John's Tax Service. And since we are still in a pretty long time out, I'd also like to thank Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Eat better, feel better. They're bursting with fresh flavors. They offer grab-and-go catering and box lunches. Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Princess Anne Road, right across the street from TCC, also known as Tidewater Community College. In case you're wondering, that is the Virginia Beach campus for Tidewater Community College, which is the only place that if you come out and grab a coupon, which we have for Tropical Smoothie, Jimmy John's, Dairy Queen, and many more, that is the one chocolate smoothie that you can use the coupon at. Make sure you come out and grab your coupons today while supporting your Virginia Beach Mustangs. As you can see, we are out of the timeout, and the Mustangs look to take over the ball at the 50-yard line. The ball is caught by the wide receiver and taken all the way down to about the 24-yard line, which is a 25-yard complete pass by the Mustangs on 1st and 10. That will result in another 1st and 10. And it looks like after that throw, we are actually, ladies and gentlemen, I have no clue what's happening right now. Not sure if that was the end of the first half or was the beginning of the second half. It was a little weird. Either way, though.
Oh.
The Mustangs are going to the other side of the field, which looks to be halftime. So now that it is halftime, we will be back with you once the third quarter begins.
For more than 23 years, we've made it our mission to lend peace of mind.
Even when times aren't very peaceful.
We know that every borrower is unique.
That's why we put you first in every step of the loan process.
At Atlantic Bay, we are dedicated, now more than ever,
to providing digital tools, resources, and a lending hand.
To help you reach your home dreams.
Because we're here for you.
Whenever,
wherever,
however.
After more than 50 years of innovation, AstroTurf still leads the way. The inventor of artificial turf does it all, right here in the USA. We engineer, test, manufacture, and install the world's most innovative fibers and turf technologies, with over 30,000 tracks and fields worldwide. AstroTurf, powered by Sport Group.
What's so extreme about the DQ Reese's Extreme Blizzard? How about all the Reese's you could dream of, with classic creamy Reese's peanut butter cups and crunchy Reese's Pieces? Plus, you guessed it, peanut butter topping and chocolatey topping. All blended in world-famous DQ soft serve, for a treat that takes your favorite combo to a whole new level. Wow, what a rush. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Nobody cares for more young knees than CHKD Sports Medicine. Our specialists, surgeons, and physical therapists work together to develop treatment and training programs that get young athletes back up to speed safely with the strength and confidence they need to stay in the game for the long haul. CHKD Sports Medicine. Care today to last a lifetime.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. My name is Jacob Zidow, joining you here today for Virginia Beach Mustangs football. After a little bit of confusion to end this first half, I'd like to clear a couple things up. As we saw toward the end of the second quarter, the Mustangs had the ball in the red zone and fumbled. So the opponent team decided to pick up the fumble and run it all the way down for what was called a touchdown, even though I thought the player was ruled down at the 2-yard line. They did consider it a touchdown. So then after that, we saw a extra point tried to run out to the left, but the quarterback did not get there, or did not score, which resulted in the extra point being no good. So then we saw short after, we had the kickoff, which was brought to the 50-yard line by the Virginia Beach Mustangs. And then we had the one play that resulted in a 25-yard pass from the quarterback to one of his wide receivers. which eventually ended our first half. So now we sit here at a score of 6-6 to begin the third quarter. We're still waiting on the opposing team to finish getting rehydrated and the Mustangs to figure out their play calling for the second half as they warm up. So until then, we will just let you watch the warm-ups and listen to the crowd as we are about to begin. As we gain information here before the second half begins, it looks like the opposing team is going to be kicking off from the 40-yard line. As we saw, as they did before, we went to halftime. And as the whistle blows, we are going to kick off here to the right side of the field. Mustangs player takes it and runs up the field. Looks to gain a good amount of yardage as he is about 10 to 15 yards forward and gets stopped around the 43-yard line to begin the second half. As you see, the Mustangs set up for this first down. Quarterback has a wide receiver out to his left, but then has his fullback and his running back set up behind him. Hands the ball off to his fullback, who eventually gains about a good 7 or 8 yards. So we'll put it around the 35. Looks like we're going to have 2nd and 2. Well, we got a little bit of time. Before this starts, we'd like to thank Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Eat better, feel better. They're bursting with fresh flavors. They offer grab-and-go catering and box lunches. Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Princess Anne Road, right across the street from Tidewater Community College, which is there for Virginia Beach campus. Ball is actually placed around the 30 on about the 35.5-yard line. Still it's 2.5 yards till the first down. But we do have a flag called on the play on the offense for a false start. Which, if you've seen most of this game, you know that happens pretty often. Luckily, though, that only puts the Mustangs back 5 yards to about the 40-yard line, which will put them at a 2nd and 7. Quarterback takes the ball under center, runs the ball to the left, and gains a good 10 yards, or 8 yards, excuse me, which will put him right at the first down marker, which will move the markers and give the Mustangs a first down. The ball will be set around the 33-yard line. And as you can see, the Mustangs handed the ball up the middle. After he was hit, the running back was still able to push forward for a good couple of yards, which looked to be a gain of about 8 or 9. Puts them at the 25-yard line for 2nd and 2. Quarterback hands the ball off to the right again. Running back finds a hole and makes it all the way to about the 3-yard line for a good 20-yard run. Looks like the referee is going to put the ball at the 3-yard line, which will make it 1st and goal. This is the second red zone opportunity for the Mustangs. For 1st and goal, they take the hike and try to do a QB sneak up the middle, but we do have a whistle on the play. And it looks to be like we are going to be called for so trying to figure it out, but it does look like it was actually called for offsides on the defense, which will bring them half the yards closer to the end zone. Put at about the 1.5-yard line. Here, still on 1st and goal. QB sneaks it up the middle, gets pushed by his fullback and running back behind him, and gets in for the CHICHO'S touchdown. Their second CHICHO'S touchdown of the game for the Mustangs. Gets them to a 12-6 lead here in the 3rd quarter at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. As we just saw, there are a good couple runs that resulted in 10+ yard gains for the Mustangs. They were able to get down to the 1.5-yard line and score on 1st and goal. Now we have the extra point coming up, which you have to think is going to be somewhat near the same play. Quarterback hands it off to the running back, who eventually gets in to convert the extra point, which will make it a 13-6 lead for the Mustangs. Here, near halfway through the 3rd quarter. After that touchdown, we will go to commercial break and be right back here with you once they kick the ball off. And we are back here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. My name is Jacob Zidow, joining you here today for Virginia Beach Mustangs football. This is the second game of today's action, and the Mustangs look to have a 13-6 lead here in the third quarter. Mustangs are about to kick off the ball from the 40-yard line after scoring their touchdown and converting their extra point. And the kick is off. Ball lands about the 35-yard line, rolls to the 30, where an opponent picks up the ball, runs the ball up the middle, but seems to be going backwards and then trips and falls around the 36. I have to say, turning around probably wasn't the best decision there. Just trying to get around the corner, but he probably would have, if he wouldn't have turned around, he would have had the ball up toward about the 40-yard line. So he did end up losing a couple of yards after turning around. That's all right. It's not too bad, and he still gets 1st and 10, which will be placed at the 37-yard line to start the drive. I have to think with not too much time left here that you might see a little bit of a more of a hurry-up offense for the opposing team. As you see, the quarterback motions a player to his right, who eventually hands it off to. Player runs about around the right side, but eventually steps out of bounds around the 40. Looks like we did have a flag thrown on the play. Still waiting to see what the penalty is. Looks like it is going to go on the offense. Referee was just asking if they would like to accept or decline the penalty to the Mustangs coach. I have to think they're going to accept the penalty, since the wide receiver who got the ball handed off to him did make it up a couple of yards. And that is what it looks to be, as they did accept the penalty, which looks to be pushing them back. Penalty looks to be pushing them back about 10 yards here, which will give them a 1st and 20 from the 27-yard line. Ball handed off, was a fake handoff to the running back and then optioned out to the left, where the quarterback decided to try to throw the ball to his wide receiver. Ball was thrown short, which leads to a 2nd and 20 after the incomplete pass. We got a little time. I'm still trying to get the play in. We'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, Dairy Queen. Every day is sweet when they're serving you Blizzard treats like M&M's, cookie dough, Reese's, and Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being their fans for all these years, and here's to many more. Dairy Queen, Lansdowne. Fan food, not fast food. So if you come out and you watch a play and you like to give them a treat after playing good, make sure you stop by the Dairy Queen on your way out, right over here next to the Sportsplex. As we get the 2nd and 20, quarterback hikes the ball in shotgun, fakes it to his running back, and decides to roll out to his left. Quarterback decides to keep it, but only looks to gain about a yard or two. Just put him about a 3rd and 19 still. And after that run, it looks like that is the end of our 3rd quarter here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Going into the 4th quarter, the Mustangs will take a lead of 13-6 as they look to hold on. As you can see, the Mustangs player holding up the four fingers, indicating that they are moving into the 4th quarter. As we will see, the teams will move to the other side of the field as they do at the end of every quarter. And while we take this break, we are going to send you to a quick commercial, and we'll be right back with you when play resumes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin the 4th quarter, as both teams have moved to the other side of the field. We are going to resume with play at the 28 or 29 yard line, which with the other team at a 3rd and about 19 or 20 yards. Opposing team comes into this 4th quarter knowing they need a touchdown to at least tie the game. So I think we might see a little bit of a hurry-up option as they have to go very good distance to get to the end zone. Good 70 yards or so. Quarterback throws a QB slant out to his wide receiver out to the left, but the ball is not caught. Per se, dropped by the receiver, who actually looked to have a pretty good shot at catching it, as it was a good throw, but nonetheless, we have a 4th and 19. But see, the quarterback's about to take the hike under center with a running back behind him, with 2 wide receivers out to his left and 2 out to his right in the I formation. Actually, never mind, he was not under center, he was under shotgun. Throws the ball out to his right, and it is caught by his receiver, who makes it all the way to the 40-yard line. Really good throw, but that is not enough. And either way, though, it does look like there was a flag called on the play. Looks to be going on the offense, which either way is going to be declined because that was 4th down, which looks like it will be Mustangs football when we return from a short commercial break.
After more than 50 years of innovation, AstroTurf still leads the way. The inventor of artificial turf does it all, right here in the USA. We engineer, test, manufacture, and install the world's most innovative fibers and turf technologies, with over 30,000 tracks and fields worldwide. AstroTurf, powered by Sport Group.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the 4th quarter here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex for Mustangs football. Mustangs just got the ball back after a turnover on downs by the opposing team. They start with the ball at the 39-yard line. Quarterback took the ball and decided to roll out to his right. Kept it for a good 4 or 5 yards. Which puts them at the 35 for 2nd and 6. Mustangs still hold their 13-6 lead here, with probably less than, I'd say, a good 5 or 10 minutes remaining in this game. I have to think if the Mustangs can find a way to extend their lead here, it will be enough to walk away with the win. Quarterback takes the ball, takes Ike under center, hands the ball off to his running back, who breaks a couple tackles and is still going, and is eventually brought down all the way at the 18 or 19 yard line for a good carry of about 10 to 15 yards. Or like almost 20. They have officially marked the ball down at the 20-yard line. She'll move the chains. Ball is handed off again. Running back does not have as much success though on this play, as he is brought down after a gain of only a yard or two. Will bring us to 2nd down. 2nd and about 8. 2nd and about 8. And it looks like we are going to have a timeout called. Never mind, there's not a timeout called. We are just having a little bit of time getting the teams lined up and getting the play called for the offense. Quarterback takes the ball under center again, which he has done most of the game, but this time flips the ball back to his running back, who looks like he did not gain any yards, but did get back to the line of scrimmage, which will put him at a 3rd and 8.
Oh, did you hear that? 6 minutes, 20 seconds.
Alright, as we just heard from the referees and my partner here in the booth, we have 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this game here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex on this Saturday afternoon. And before we can get the hike snapped, it looks like we are going to have offsides called on the defense, also known as encroachment. We'll bring the ball up a good 5 yards for the Mustangs. Make it a more manageable 3rd and 3. As 3rd and 3 is hiked, quarterback hands the ball off to his running back, who eventually gains a good 5 yards, which is enough for the 1st down, which will put him at 1st and goal from the 6-yard line. Or from the 7-yard line. But before we can begin that 1st and goal, it looks like we are going to have a timeout called by the opposing team, as the fans here in attendance who get to sit in our seats for the first time of the season, because we are now open for the 1st level. So just like Mind Braid, to come out and support and watch your Virginia Beach Mustangs. But if you can't, remember that you can always find them when they're at home here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex website. All you have to do is go to beachsportsplex.com, click streaming, and then click on the link below. While we have time, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back here with you before 1st and goal. Still in a timeout here at the Sportsplex as the Mustangs look to take their first and goal from the 7-yard line. Still at a 13-6 lead. Haven't had any points scored yet in this second half. Have to think if the Mustangs can find a way to score here and bring their margin up to a good 10+ points, that they will walk away with the win. The running game for the Mustangs has been very good today as they've gained a good amount of yards through the rushing game. Quarterback takes like under center here to start first and goal, hands it off to his running back behind him, and gets the ball up to about the 3-yard line. So it wasn't good enough to score the touchdown, but they do have 3 more downs to go. As the Mustangs are in a little bit of a hurry-up offense here. Trying to catch the defense off guard a little bit. Quarterback takes the hike under center and look to have a QB sneak, but that pile did not move much, as you just saw. Have to think that they did not get in the end zone and will be staying right where they were for the 3rd and goal. Have to think after not catching the defense by surprise that you might think of a little bit of a different play here instead of running it up the middle. Maybe try the outside, see if you can score another touchdown like they did earlier. Looks like the Mustangs are going to take a little bit more time here on deciding what they're going to run. Quarterback in about the same formation as beforehand with the running back behind him, 2 people beside him. Decide to run it on up the middle to the right, but did not get there. And we look to gain about a yard or so and to make it 4th and goal from the 2. Have to think even if they don't get it that the opposing team would be in pretty bad position either way, because they would still have to go the full field to tie the game up. So either way, the Mustangs are in good position, but we do hope that they punch it in here. Quarterback takes hike under center and then eventually rolls out of play, or rolls to the right. But it does look like, though, that he was tackled before the goal line, as they are saying that it is no good, which means that after gaining the 1 yard, will put the opposing team right on the 1-yard line to start their drive. Which, knowing that there's probably not more than 5 minutes here to go in this game, that it's probably unlikely that the opposing team can make it 99 yards, but you never know. So be sure to tune in and find out here in the next coming moments. But as we get set and have substitutions made, we're going to go a commercial break, and we'll be right back here with you when we begin play, resume play. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. My name is Jacob Zidow. Joining you here today on this beautiful Saturday afternoon for Virginia Beach Mustangs football. We still sit at a 13-6 lead for the Mustangs as they got all the way down to the 2-yard line, but we're not able to score a touchdown. Because of the turnover on downs, the opposing team will take over the ball on the 1-yard line. As we're having a little bit of substitutions before we could hike off the ball, we did have another timeout called by the Mustangs. As you can probably guess, with under 4 or 5 minutes to go, that this is a very crucial drive. So the Mustangs want to just make sure they get in that right play call and make sure they don't give up the big yards. Right now, though, somebody better realize that the opposing team has 3 wide receivers out to the left. So, because we might need another corner over there before they throw the ball that way, as you can assume. Looks like the defense made a little bit of a change there and was able to bring the corner over. Still got a safety out wide around the 10-yard line. The quarterback is set under shotgun with 1 wide receiver out to his right and 3 out to his left. Either way, though, he's still going to decide, though, to run that ball up the middle, and it looks like he's going to have a good amount of yards in front of him as he makes it all the way to the 34-yard line on the 33-yard run up the middle by number 2 of the opposing team in the black jersey. Luckily, a Mustangs player was able to stay with him, though, and tackle him, or that could have ended very badly for the Mustangs, as there was nobody in front of the quarterback while he was running down the field after he juked a couple players and decided to go to the left. Looks like after that big play by the opposing team, the Mustangs are going to reset and call another timeout. Try and figure things out and hopefully not give up another big play like that. Until we come back, though, we're going to go to commercial break, and we will be back when play resumes.
After more than 50 years of innovation, AstroTurf still leads the way. The inventor of artificial turf does it all, right here in the USA. We engineer, test, manufacture, and install the world's most innovative fibers and turf technologies, with over 30,000 tracks and fields worldwide. AstroTurf, powered by Sport Group.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin this 1st and 10, coming from the 33-yard line for the opposing team, as they are down 7 points here, with probably less than 2 minutes to go in the 4th quarter of today's game. They look to have another couple big plays here, see if they can tie up the game. Or we will determine that the Mustangs will be going home winners today. Well, we got a little time before this first down gets played. We'd like to thank CHICHO'S Pizza for being the official sponsor of today's game. As we're being told by the referees, it looks like each team still has 1 timeout left. Ball is hiked, and the quarterback looks to scramble out to his left after he couldn't find anybody open and was being pressured. He eventually decided to run up a couple yards and gain about 3 or 4, which will put him at a 2nd and 7 from the 36 or 37-yard line. As we were just told, there is 1 minute remaining in today's game, as that is not good for the opposing team because, as we said, they are on 37 on their side of the field, so they still got a good 60 yards to go, which makes it seem very unlikely that they will be able to do that in a minute, but who knows, one big play can open things up. As you can see, the quarterback took the ball on their shotgun, threw it out to his receiver to the left, who ran a slant route and was able to gain a good 20 yards. That was number 9 of the opposing team. And knowing that the clock would keep running, the opposing team looks like they are going to either run or try to hurry up or call a timeout, but it does look like they might have called a timeout.
31 seconds.
And as we were just told, we do have only 31 seconds remaining in this game, so you'd have to think that just took half the time away. So, and with no timeouts remaining, as it seems that the opposing team is coming down to their last play or two, so you have to think they're going to throw a Hail Mary or something, or give their, or put out their best, bring out their best play from their playbook, or whatever type of special play they can make here happen. It does look like they are going to have another timeout called, or use their last timeout. So while we have a quick timeout break, we will go to commercial break and be right back with you in just a moment. As you can see, we are about to be out of the timeout break, as we still have only 31 seconds remaining. See, they're taking the ball from the 47-yard line. On the other side of the field, quarterback throws it a good amount of yards, and the ball is batted down by the defense around the 35-yard line. So I think we only have about 20 seconds left here in this game. Ball is still placed at the 47-yard line for a 2nd and 10 for the opposing teams.
25 seconds.
25 seconds left in the game is your official time remaining. You can see the quarterback's taking the ball, taking the hike in shotgun with his running back behind him and 2 wide receivers out on both sides of him. Looks to look around at his options, but does not see anybody open, so he takes off with the ball and eventually makes it up about 5 yards before he steps out of bounds to stop the clock. Player looked to go out of bounds at about the 42-yard line. Sounded like we have 15 seconds remaining now. As you can see, the opposing team is taking their time getting the play call here, as they know it has to be a very good one or the game will end with them losing. So, as the quarterback motions a player to the right side of him from the left, still has the running back to his right, looks to his left, doesn't see nobody open, is scrambling back to his left, but looks like he isn't going to make it that far, is eventually brought out of bounds around the around the 40-yard line. Quarterback gained a good yard or two, but definitely not enough to get a first down, which will bring the ball to 4th and about 2 from the 40. Have to think that just took a good amount of time off the clock, so we have probably less than 10 seconds, maybe around 5. Have to think this is going to be the last play of the game. While we get this play called, before we end this game, we'd like to remind everybody that the Virginia Beach Sportsplex would like to thank their following official sponsors: AstroTurf, Land Bay Mortgage, CHKD Sports Medicine, CHICHO'S Pizza, Dairy Queen, John's Tax Service, One Life Fitness, Shine Time Power Wash and Paint Professionals, Tropical Smoothie Cafe, Vault Athletics, Why Not Italian, and Zoot Eatery. And a big thanks to CHICHO'S Pizza for being today's official sponsor. As we have the crowd getting a little loud here, as I know this is probably the last play of today's game, coming from the 40-yard line. Opposing team has the quarterback in shotgun, running back to his right, 3 wide receivers to the right, throws it to one of the wide receivers, but the ball is not caught, which means it will be a turnover on downs by the offense, which will be the end of the game. As that means the Virginia Beach Mustangs will walk away with a 13-6 win here coming at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex on this Saturday afternoon. Way to go, Mustangs. As you can see, we have the players over here celebrating at the 50 online, about to line up to shake hands as a good act of sportsmanship before we leave the Virginia Beach Sports Park today. Just remind everybody that when the Virginia Beach Mustangs play here at home, you can catch their games right back here on the Virginia Beach Sportsplex website. All you have to do is go to beachsportsplex.com, click stream, and then click on the link below, and you'll be brought back right here. So we hope to see you here in the future. My name is Jacob Zito, and thank you for joining us here this Saturday. And we hope to see you back soon. So please come out and support.
Did you cut it off? Oh, okay. I just didn't know how
I was gonna want to listen.
Okay, cool. You can't see what?
No, raise it up a little bit. It might just take a minute.
That's weird. Look, wait.
Yeah, I think it's a minute too. I just want to make sure they can see this. I'll just let them listen.
Yeah.
Once we agree with you.
How many do you have? Oh, it's a lot.
They have at least 20 at one point.
That's a lot.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah, I can.
Move it up a little bit and then move down. That hasn't happened yet over here, but Are you waiting for somebody?
No, I didn't know if I was waiting for Nick. Do we have to, like, so I put this up and bring it down?
Hello?
Hey, so play a commercial.
Alright.
Is it over?
Yeah, the game's over. They were just watching the post game.
Yeah, so play a commercial.